Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am Kelly Rose. We're just about to get kicked off. Don't worry. I got a little more social media posting, but anyways, we're gonna bring us into view. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Sorry, I have not been streaming lately. I have been job hunting, doing all that, college. So it has been a really stressful time. I wanted to say thank you guys for tuning in, and already lost my keyboard. Give me 1 second here. We have already lost my keyboard. It is not connecting at all. Alright. We can let this tornado one go because this is behind your outflow boundary and it's not getting any of its needed material. Moving up to Michigan here on the lake, just insanity here coming from the Michigan, upper peninsula of Michigan. I'm going to watch this really closely because that is really tight. You have a really well-defined hook. Holy crap. And we're going to be watching these storms in here as well. Sorry, we're still posting a little bit on social media here. This would not surprise me if we have a full water spout on the ground right now. That really would not surprise me. Insane radar view. Dang it. Percent R undercase percent P underscore percent D underscore percent T. Nice. Insane tornado. I would be really surprised if this is not a water spout at this time. You have your rotation, you have everything the cell needs. Dearton and Altrin you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait. This is going to be a very dangerous storm coming up towards you. Hey there. So that again, a very dangerous storm and overall very insane. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings already underway. Moving to Arizona, where we do have this severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Prescott Valley. The storm is kind of weakening just a tad bit, however, it is still strong. It's really high up there. So this is vertically integrated liquid. That's a radar product that we use. 81 is where we're at. So let's go back to our Raleigh here, where we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. We actually just had the one we were watching get canceled. So let's come here to this severe thunderstorm warning that is heading more towards Whitworth, Eden, Stoneville, Mayodan. Kind of iffy on the track of that and the severe thunderstorm warning, but still remains towards Ridgeway. Your possibility is still there. Excuse me. Let's go back to our tornado warning in Michigan. That is a water spout. That is a strong water spout. This isn't your typical... You're about to see a meso handoff, by the way. But this is a strong water spout. This isn't your typical... That is a very strong water spout. And we have what we call a bounded weak ecoregion in the storm. Let me pull up our drawing tool here. While we're here, we're also going to talk. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well, so we're going to go to that in just a second. That's going to be in Iowa, probably along an outflow boundary. This is your bounded weak ecoregion right here. It lines up with velocity nicely. All that lines up, and that's where you get bounded weak ecoregion. It has, I am starting to see where we're having, again, your old circulation dying, and you have a new circulation that could try to develop on this side. Okay, let's go to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. This is ahead of a previously tornado warned cell. Yes, it is still tornado warned. It's behind an outflow boundary. It is not producing a tornado in any way, shape, or form. And so we're still watching this really, really closely here. This is for 2.75-inch hail, which has come down quite a bit. Your storm behind that outflow boundary is not going to be doing as much craziness. Alright, moving back to Michigan, where we do have the potential of a new cyclone coming in here soon. There's what we're talking about. There's your new hook forming. You still have your rotation here, but it's dying off. So we're going to wait on the new velocity. That's not really rotating just yet. We also have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning coming in. And that is going to be the considerable severe thunderstorm warning being upgraded. Sorry, I'm handling something on my side screen. That's why I'm looking down a little bit. But we'll be fully operational in just a second. We're starting to see the merger storms come in and disrupt it. We also have this storm to really be concerned about. Let's wait on the velocity. I'm not too worried about the Iowa tornado warning. Um, so we're watching these two. This one concerns me the most because we're starting to see storms being sucked into it. So when you see storms start spewing into it, that's what we call a nudger or a merger. And as the rotation with this cell is enhancing, that's only going to enhance it further. And so we're going to be watching this really closely for that reason as this comes towards Autrain and possibly down to Chatham. You guys in Chatham are not in the tornado warning at this time. So, in a very... I don't think a tornado is imminent. I really don't. Sorry, I'm trying to listen into some scanner reports. But we've already seen what possibly could be a strong tornado. I know it was a tornado, especially with this bounded weak echo region. So this storm has already produced a tornado, but it did a meso handoff. And now your meso's a little bit down here south of Deerton to the northwest of Chatham. It's trying to dive southeast. Deerton, you need to stay in your safe place probably about 10, 15, 20 minutes. And we're going to monitor you guys. Alright, I want to move back to Iowa where we do have 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. Ignore the tornado warning. It is not going to rotate because we have this outflow boundary extending really from storm to storm. And this right here doesn't let your warm moist air get in because it's blocked by this outflow boundary. Therefore, your tornado is really non-existent. I'm not sure why they haven't canceled the tornado warning. Cedar Rapids, you just got passed through here from the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I should have my Davenport radar. No. Actually, I have a friend in Cedar Rapids. Alright, let's bring in our Green Bay radar. We're watching these cells here as they explode. We do have our tornado warnings up in the upper peninsula of Michigan. Sorry, wow, my mind just blanked. But we're watching these cells because these cells are what we're really worried about today. And watching this. I'm not convinced it'll be able to tornado just yet. This is becoming really unorganized. We're seeing another handoff, I'm pretty sure. Which would make sense for this. Watching both of these cells really closely. I do want to take a quick so that's kind of just a little bit of I'm going to say this, and I don't mean to contradict the National Weather Service in any way. I'm kind of confused by this tornado warning still being here. And then this tornado warning down here, we're going to be watching this because it is still rotating pretty well and can produce a tornado. We're not going to rule out the tornado threat with this for sure. And we're really just watching these cells die off a bit. This one's attempting its reach again. You're starting to see that hooking motion. So I think we're going to see another meso handoff here pretty shortly with this cell here. Bringing back, let's go to Iowa here where we do have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and a useless tornado warning. Usually I don't bash National Weather Service. This is behind an outflow boundary. No tornado will occur. I am 100% confident and no tornado will occur. You have this outflow boundary that's moving away from your storm. This is forward motion and it's moving away from the storm. So I'm really confident that there is no tornado with this. Anyways, it does expire and it'll be off the plate. But we are watching the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 2.25 inch hail. 2.75. Wow. We're not talking about what we were, where we did see possibly up to 3 inch hail towards Roland, but we did find near Story City a 2.75, which is baseball-sized hail report. Moving to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. It's coming towards Iowa City. I'm personally not seeing where we have 70-mile-per-hour wind. I'm not going to say there isn't because we do have actual reports of it. But I do think we have come down on our wind to about 60 miles per hour. Coming back to our 2 tornado warnings, we're going to be watching these really closely because they can develop tornadoes at any time. Also, watching this storm near Iron Mountain. It's now in the upper Michigan Peninsula. Did I say that wrong? Peninsula? I don't think it's Peninsula. Upper Michigan here. For the potential to rotate and start tornadoing. All of our cells today can produce tornadoes. It's just, do they? Another thing I'm researching. So I think we'll get a tornado out of this pretty soon. It is not quite imminent. Alright, while we're at this lull, I want to bring in our SPC outlook on weather front. So we have this big enhanced risk of severe weather. We're lagging too much, so we're going to switch over to the storm predictions now. Alright, here we go. We have this big enhanced risk extending from Iowa, Illinois, even into the Michigan, upper Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is being driven by two things: wind. We do have the threat for 75 plus mile per hour wind, as noted by our little dashed outline here. So your black outline there. And then our red is where we have the highest confidence in this occurring. So we're watching that. It is what we call a 30%, so you're 30 times more likely. And in this season, especially July here, your likelihood is actually probably 20%. So we're 20, 40, 60% chance really to be seeing damaging wind within a 25-mile radius. We also have our tornado threat here. It's not as expansive. It does include a portion of Iowa, Minnesota, central Wisconsin, even portions of the upper Michigan Peninsula. And our hail risk is significantly lower. But we do have the chance again of 2-inch or greater hail in that black outline here. And towards the Michigan Peninsula, all the way down to central Iowa and northwestern Illinois. North central Illinois. Hey there, Derek. How you doing today? Still watching this, and we do have a little bit of rotation associated with this cell towards all train. All train it is should go to your south, but you need to stay in your safe place. Deerton, you guys can come into your safe place right now. We're also going to be watching a cell behind you that may try to produce. Coming back, we're watching this rotate here. It's starting to clear out its hook, so we're going to start seeing a little bit more here. It's going to be something really closely. We're starting to see clear inflow, or what we call unimpeded inflow, into the storm. Coming back, we're going to be watching this cell here. It's developing, it's starting to mature, it's severe. We're dropping hail, we're dropping wind. We're going to be watching this for the potential to start spinning. Again, this is in your best area for tornadoes, which really extends in this area here. This is your best chance of tornadoes, in my opinion. Thankfully, this is going to be moving off into our lake here, so that's going to be the good news. We're not going to have to deal with this for too long. We're going to have to deal with this for a little bit. But let's go ahead and storm track it. Might be seeing something trying to wrap up there as well. Might have two areas of real interest. I'm going to track your shingle 10 in about 45 minutes, and then if the other rotation continues in about an hour, one of these are going to kill the other one and it'll become dominant. We're also seeing a lot of storms around it, so that's going to be taking energy from that storm and going down the line, which is why I think this one currently has your best chance of a tornado. If not, it might be already on the ground. That is going to be really close to being a tornado. New tornado warning. This does include Gladstone. Gladstone, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place, because I think we're right there, possibly on the ground, doing damage. Or we are really close. We don't have a correlation coefficient drop at this time, but facts are stating itself in. Alright, let's move back to Iowa, where we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. To anyone saying that this is going to produce a tornado, it's not. I know Twitter's trying to say this storm is your next one. Unless it can outrun this outflow boundary, and with the storm motion, it's not going to outrun the outflow boundary. You're not going to see a tornado from it. None of these storms. And we did finally lose our destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news. Your hail's come down, but it is going to be considerable. I'm trying to wait on the new correlation coefficient scan. To reveal what I'm pretty sure is occurring right now. It may have been really brief, but we definitely, I think we have a tornado with it. If we did, it was really brief. And then coming back up to this cell, just really unorganized. I don't think there's an imminent tornado with this. I do think they dropped that tornado warning in approximately 3 minutes, 4 minutes. We're still going to be watching this storm, because this one will, if you can see it really mature, this one will become your dominant cell, take off all the other ones, and really start its aggression. Sorry about that, excuse me. That's not going to be our only issue with this cell. We do have a little bit of hail, about an inch of hail falling right now. Watching this cell near Eau Claire, we're going to be watching that really closely. It's already showing signs of rotating, which is not good. I've already seen that this early on in the process. That's really bad. Alright, going back to our Green Bay radar. We're watching these maturing cells here. And they're just developing they're starting to get their act together. This is where we watch really closely. Alright, we have a new tornado warning. So let's go and bring this into view here. All train, you guys are under this new tornado warning. Munising and Wetmore. Chatham, you are now under this tornado warning officially, Chatham. Now you mean to tell me, I'm sorry, but you mean to tell me that a baseball-sized cell fell in that? I'm going to get some highly doubts to that. Highly doubt. Deerton, you guys come out of your safe place. I'm not sure why you're in that tornado warning. It's got its own outflow boundary. Wonder if that'll collide into some storms. Your storms behind them. I can see the potential of a considerable severe thunderstorm running 470-mile-per-hour wind on this cell here. We're seeing that high wind right here. We're going to have to switch over to black. We're starting to see this area of a damaging wind swath. Story City, Roland, and Gilbert, go ahead and start preparing for this this damaging wind. You may not see the effects from this specific, but we are watching this really closely. So, moving back to our tornado warnings. We have let 2 of them expire. Still watching this storm here, but it's starting to weaken a bit as it moves off into our ocean. That's side lobe contamination. There we went, dropping our considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. We only have one, and that's going to be on this storm here, which it's going to drop. It's for 1.75 inch hail, and that has come down significantly. With it being behind the outflow boundary, that really cuts it off. Um, there are certain types of storms that can survive. This isn't. I'm going to remove this radar, and we're going to move this to our Georgia. And the target's in here. And these storms are moving in a non-normal way. It's going to be moving to your northwest. Usually see an east movement with these type of cells, but not with this. We're watching both of these storms really closely. These are your tornado warnings. But I'm also watching this cell. It's not tornado warned. I do think down the line we're going to see it try to wrap up and produce tornadoes. Possibly before it gets here into the lake, but I'm not fully confident in that. This radar scan is starting to make me confident in that, but I think your Kearney, Powers, Spark River, Schaffer, and Daggett, you need to kind of be watching this as it comes close to you guys. Escanaba. You guys also watch this. You have a tornado to your north. This cell is going to be something you want to watch really closely because of it's just developing and it's not tornado warned. And we're hoping it'll last until the lakes before it produces a tornado, but we can't guarantee that. I'm taking a look at WAFs to kind of still shows we have a low rogue supercell in this area. Try to form off. So WAFs is a model that I personally like to use. Sorry, I had to turn that down. It was nice. So WAFs is a model I personally like to use on severe weather setups because it's ran by NOAA, National Weather Service, things like that. How long we keep it, I don't know. Right now we're balancing up, but I want to typically we don't do this because it does cause a little panic, but with this storm we do see rotation about 13,000 feet up, even up to 7. And usually in cells like this, your rotation up here and transpires to the ground. That's what typically happens. You can actually see it better here. This is so disorganized, I don't expect it to produce a tornado right now. If it can overcome the merger, we do see that potential. So I'm going to draw outlines here. These are not accurate right now. These are not live. These are projections as to what occurs and our path. So that's path 1. The reason I have it going there is for this storm here. So I'm watching this storm right here to possibly draw that one up. Right now, that's our projected paths and stuff like that. Those are not warnings. And we do not have any tornadoes on the ground at this time. We're going to be watching this out really closely here as it does approach. Because it might be towards Powers that we do see a possible tornado. Obviously, we don't have a tornado warning, and right now they're not going to issue a tornado warning. However, with this cell, you got to be careful of that. I need to move this over here. We are seeing our damaging wind about 70 to 73, about 2,000 feet up. So we're going to be seeing 65, possibly close to 70 mile per hour damaging winds with this, and it's really coming towards Gilbert. I'm definitely surprised with that new severe thunderstorm warning. We didn't see a triggering of a considerable, but I'm not going to judge the National Weather Service. A little announcement though before we start getting active. Our live streams are going to be cut down significantly due to college and me getting a job. If I can work around it, we're going to try, but it's a combination of both. Live streaming is probably not going to be manageable. But we do plan on starting back our daily videos, or at least bi-daily. I do expect this storm warning to be canceled right now because I just don't see it. Deerton, again, you guys come out of your safe place. All Train and Chatham, you guys, same way. Come out of your safe place, you're fine. And I'm watching these maturing cells. We've been watching these the whole time. And these are really starting to become a concern to me because of the... I'm having brain farts today because the environment they're in. We're going to enter mesoanalysis. Definitely a lot of energy for a lot of these cells in this area. Back to our tornado warnings. So, again, I would not be surprised if we see a considerable upgrade because we are starting to see the higher end estimates here with the storm. So, coming back to our Quad Cities, watching this line here as it dips south. We're not seeing a lot of strong wind in it. I do expect the severe thunderstorm warning to be dropped. If it's not, you'll probably see it continue. Something like this to capture that. Possibly even that far south, so. And we're starting to see this really mature here. Highly rain wrapped up there. We could see an intense tornado if your cells in here do take off. You may see an intense supercell produce an intense tornado. Okay, I want my place files. Um, Sorry, I'm being quiet. Should receive a new severe thunderstorm warning. For that area there, here. Or somewhere along that area. We're watching this area of rotation. But we do have that news for this morning. We're also going to be watching this. We're starting to see another rotation south of Chatham. So this is going to be a try, possibly produce, and fail. So we're going to be watching that really closely. We're not 100%. They did drop the tornado on that finally. This cell is really starting to take my attention. And we also have 120. I do kind of think they might cancel it. This one's becoming your dominant cell. It's really starting to pick up. You're starting to see that hook. You're starting to see the classic shape. We did finally have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgrade here for Story City, Gilbert, Ames, Nevada, Huxley, and Ziering. This does not mean a tornado is imminent, because it is not. It is, again, behind the outflow boundary. Now, I'm not gonna say this can produce. The storm right there can produce a tornado. It is ahead of the outflow boundary, and I personally think it could. Did it really just get severe warned? Yeah, it literally just did. You can see that possibly become a tornado. And I want to show the difference here. This shows tornado possible. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain. guess it's because I'm listening to Tate McRae. I don't know. Like, just purely Tate McRae and nothing else. Probably that. But 10:35. My Wi-Fi just went down, didn't it? Well, I'm not seeing much. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. And here's your powers tornado warning. I have been talking about this and talking about this and talking about this since Iron Mountain. I'm not seeing where you guys aren't seeing smooth stream. I see you guys have a good stream, so I'll leave it up though until YouTube gets rid of that message. There we go. Right, back to Tate McRae. Like, I have her just, like, genuinely, that's all this is. I just have her, shuffling. Here's your tornado warning. This could produce a tornado, and I think it does. I do think the tornado will come after United States Highway number 41, but it might not, so you guys need to be in your tornado safe place. These storms so far have really struggled. Pretty sure this one just made its own outflow boundary, which kills its entire tornado threat. No! I have an interesting thought. We had an outflow boundary in here, so that outflow boundary cut through. I also have an outflow boundary there. These storms just don't want to produce tornadoes, and that's obvious. Going back. I'm not really seeing a good ZDR arch. Definitely not saying there isn't one, but there's not a good one. We do have a special marine warning here. We may see another warning. It was 10. I shouldn't be listening to music that I like when streaming, but usually I listen to Juice WRLD, but I'm trying to stop listening to him as much. So we just switch over to pure Tate McRae and nothing else. Don't know why, but anyways, that's enough of exposing myself. Definitely a strong storm. So if you guys see me passing through, we're kind of looking at multiple things. I want to switch over to our Green Bay radar just really quickly. Oh, wow! We're looking about 7,000 feet up, but we have strong rotation. I do think we're going to be close to a tornado. We're still watching these storms here. Where's ARX radar? We're watching these hailstorms here as well. Go back to Quad Cities. We have this severe thunderstorm warning. You can see a tornado from that, possibly, but this is not a view you want. This is good for the tornado potential, but that's really bad, and you don't want this view because this is really close to dropping a tornado, possibly on a highway. Wonder if we have, this is Michigan, traffic cameras, Missouri, Alabama, Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Kansas, New York, North Carolina, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Michigan traffic cams. We don't have anything in here. Kearney, Michigan webcams. We have Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Upper Peninsula cams. Yeah, we don't have any cameras in that area. Higher up, we do have pretty strong rotation. That's kind of dying off. This storm definitely, but this is on top of your tornado threat. We're going to be dropping large hail, so I do expect a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, considering there's a tornado warning, maybe. But considerable severe thunderstorm warning potential in this area. As the cell is becoming a fully dominant cell. So this one took your environment, killed your storm to the north, which was this cell here. we've been calling this cell out since like right here. This storm was producing a tornado, or really close to. This storm took the environment from it and it's becoming a hog. Because now, to really get some environment into that, it has to kind of go through the path of this storm. And with that, your winds are going into the storm like this, and your environment's kind of pushing into like this, but that's twisting it into the storm. And that's why we're seeing this storm become dominant. And really close. This is currently on top of United States Highway 41. That's why we're seeing this possibly produce a tornado, I think, by the time it gets to Delta County. I think it'll clip Delta County and could possibly produce. But we're not going to have to deal with this for long, and we don't have a lot of houses in the path after US 41. So that's going to be really good news. And we have 14 speed thunderstorm warnings with one considerable. Let's get and take a look at those just really quickly. Yeah. So your cell, what I thought, your outflow boundary came through. Now you're seeing that that can't produce a tornado anymore unless it lunges out and gets ahead of your outflow or on your outflow boundary. Then you can possibly see a tornado. But that's going to be your issue here with this cell. We still have our little damaging wind. I do think it has come down to about 60, 65 mile per hour going towards Nevada. We haven't had any reports, major reports, with this cell, so that's really good news. Coming back to our Davenport radar, or our Quad Cities radar. I call this our Davenport radar, because really that's what it is. We're watching this severe thunderstorm warning, Kyoto, Washington, 460 mile per hour wind. Coming back, excuse me, to our tornado warning. We still don't have a tornado on the ground. This has passed US 41. Powers, you are no longer under the tornado warning. Hermansville as well. With this cell, your southern one kind of is starting to regain a little bit of strength, but it's taken over and killed your northern cell. It's still going to be a rain producer where we do have that flash flood warning. We did have multiple water spouts with this. I just want to play this loop. This is the radar view here, and it has been training line of storms, so you're seeing that flash flooding risk really take shape. Sorry, I gotta remove my wallet. It's starting to... It and the chair do not get along. The chair and my boom don't get along. But that cell has died off. These are our two worst cells right now. These are our main concerns going through the area. That is, we're starting to see an RFD here. Moving back to Des Moines, Iowa, however, we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings coming towards Des Moines. Des Moines. Excuse me. You're about to see this outflow boundary. So with this outflow boundary, your wind shifts. I just kind of want to put this into perspective. Your winds. Actually, that's not accurate. It's moving. Let's get official here. He was right, but for the sake of this. But behind this outflow boundary, so you see your wind shift. And you'll see that as this changes, we're going to leave these up. But as that changes, you're going to see your, and even this confirms it. You guys can see in Pella, your wind is from the northeast to the southwest. We'll check back in after METAR updates. Coming back to our tornado warning. Kearney, you can come to your tornado safe place. You are no longer in the immediate path, and there is no more threat to your life or property. You could see a few random hailstones, but you guys can come into your tornado safe place. So, and we're not worried about this anymore. Moving back to our Green Bay radar, we're watching these cells. They are taking their time to mature, and there's a lot of them. I'm gonna be honest, your tornado threat's kind of lower because of that. Moving to Flagstaff, Arizona radar, we do have this considerable flash flood warning for Prescott, as it's just been rain after rain after rain after rain. This is monsoon season, and you'll see some severe storms in it, but you'll see like the severe weather warnings. Moving to Quad City, Kyoto. No tornado threat, but we are just watching this area of rain and a little bit of wind. We did have a 58 mile per hour wind gust measured from a personal weather station. Coming back to our tornado warning. This is your tornadic rotation, your greens moving towards and reds moving away. That is where the rotation comes from. We're going to get super in depth for you guys just really quick. That's kind of what it looks like. You have your rotation counterclockwise. That's what we call cyclonic. So this is cyclonic rotation. Because your greens move towards, and your reds move away. And so it creates this spinning motion here. And that's how we see that tornadic rotation here. And if we compare this to correlation coefficient, we don't have a tornadic debris signature, which is really good. Still no correlation coefficient drop, which is really good. That's going to be really good here. And we're going to stop worrying about this pretty soon. Carney, you have been removed from the tornado warning. Oh. Let's move to our Green Bay radar, where we do have a spotter network update. Where's our spotter network reports? There. Few miles west. So with this cell, we did have a funnel cloud, so we already have some rotation with it. And this is by a storm chaser I do trust, Tanner Charles. He's a very experienced chaser. That is clean air. That is not a correlation coefficient drop, that is clean air. I personally think I'm looking at the environment. The environment today is not as modeled. Models are horrible for today. Northern area of the tropical storm Alberta. How does the TV downgrade for major controls? So Alberta we don't have. Currently we're on Bertha. The thing with that is it's gonna hit land before it can strengthen into a hurricane. And we have never really talked about a major category with it. Those were just fantasy model runs. Unless I'm missing something there. This is our only tornado warning, but we're going to be trying again at Tornado Genesis. Sorry, I'm looking into the environment because I'm pretty sure today's over. I wanted to bring in mesoanalysis again, and I'm going to show this to you guys to kind of give you guys a feel. I do want to bring in the Des Moines radar really quickly. We're watching this area favored for 60, possibly even close to 70 mile per hour winds. And the SPC is noting that. Alright, I want to bring this in. I want to take this. Your lapse rates are dead. They're at 7. We were modeled to be a little higher than that. You had the Cape, but there's two things. The environment was a little bit drier than initially forecasted, and temperatures aloft are slightly cooler than forecasted. That killed any severe weather threat with these cells. Why the Upper Peninsula? And I'm going to do a whole separate thing on this because I happen to have a little experience with that. I'm losing my mind. With that. And if we bring in our thermodynamics, lapse rates. Frontal genesis divergence. We're going to do mid-level lapse rates. Six. 7, 8. Your storms are currently in between that 6, 6.5 to 7. That's why you're not seeing your tornado threat unfold there. It is. I'm. When your storms went up in the Upper Peninsula, everything had to be just right. They started surface-based. There was so much going for those storms that we did see possibility of strong waterspout tornado. Alright, coming back from this, let's go to our tornado warning in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And this is where, this is the last chance for it to be classified as a tornado. We have really strong rotation, about 5,000 feet in the air. That gives us a little bit of confidence that we're about to have a brief tornado drop as it heads towards State Highway 35. A no correlation coefficient drop. What's the... There's a lot of trees, so if it was strong enough, we would be seeing it. So we're going to probably leave this storm, and we're going to be focusing on our damaging wind threat of the day. And so this is our last attempt really at tornado genesis, in my opinion. This is dying off. We're still seeing some on the western edge of this little line extending from Davenport to Eddyville, Iowa, Hendrick, Iowa. These storms are still in that horrible environment. And we could see them really struggling here. Even on... But we are, I will say, watching this, it's starting to try to get its act together. I just want to bring this into view. This is a major radar hole. That we need a radar in really bad. Actually, my ex lives in Wausau. So I kind of have a special heart in this area because of that. That's beside the point. And yes, we still talk. It's not a bad thing. I'm going to take a look at it here from this radar. Again, I wouldn't be surprised with the culminating factors, your spectrum width being a little bit higher, and your ZDR, which is this product, being slightly lower than most your areas. I would not be surprised to have a tornado on the ground with this storm. I do think we've had multiple tornadoes right before bringing in stream. we definitely were really close to Tornado Genesis if we didn't see Genesis there. Going back to our Des Moines, Iowa radar. And this is our favorite corridor here for damaging wind. We're really seeing that area from Huxley to Cambridge, heading towards Allenman, Elkhart, Polk City, possibly even towards Slater. We're watching that really closely. I'm going to go ahead and turn off METAR for now. Coming back to our Green Bay radar, we're... Whoa. So this is starting to rotate. We've had multiple reports of funnels. So, kind of got me off guard there. Going back to our tornado warning. It is going to be officially crossing into the lake. We do have a couple little islands in our Lake Michigan area that we're going to be watching. I don't know which lake this is. Pretty sure it's Lake Michigan. I barely passed geography for the U.S. And so watching this cell, it's done. It is out of America. Crossing into or Lake Michigan. This will be when it produces its tornado. We are still going to be doing stuff to our dual window screen. So our dual window screen is where we have two windows. We should be bringing in a third monitor pretty soon. I don't know when. And we have kept that twirling, but I do believe anyone on shore can come to your transit place after our next radar scan, probably. Still going to be a dangerous situation if you're boating. That's why we have special marine statements. Special marine warnings, excuse me. And dry air entrainment is taking these areas off, by the way. That sounds good. We've had our next radar scan in for a minute. If you're unsure of this 21, you guys come out of your train safe, please. And just with that right there, we have dropped our tornado warning tag. Bringing in our first time this stream. So with that, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warning, so we will probably be not mentioning up here much anymore. This is our most concern right now as it comes towards Des Moines. I think we're going to try to bring in Des Moines. I know I have Iowa pulled up. I swear. I traffic cams. Ooh, I just felt a random. Traffic alerts, rest areas, way stations. Maps. We're having a difficult time finding traffic cameras. Cedar Rapids, Council Bluffs, Des Moines. this live video from here. See. Unfortunately, I can't pull up a map of what I want, so... we're gonna bring one camera in that I'm really looking at. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Nice. But we're gonna bring in one single camera that I'm looking at right now. Oh, I fixed it, kind of. Wrong camera. You can actually see the black area in through here. This is going to be our storm approaching. You can actually see the rain in there. We have that new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Des Moines now. We're going to be watching this view. We don't have any tornado warnings, so we're going to watch this. We're going to watch until... Actually, this is our original set, and it is a lot better looking, in my opinion. So we're going to watch this really closely. We don't have any tornado warning. Okay, so your tornado warning is for Door County. The small island here. The storm looks to kind of go through. And so they have tornado warned it just on the off chance that we do see that. That does not mean we're going to watch this tornado warning close. We're just going to be having it. We're going to have this window up for it. Since we do have that tornado warning. Watching here in Des Moines, watching the storm as it comes into the area with 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. This is your best chance of damaging wind is with this cell here. And that's what we're going to be watching here. Alright, I'm going to bring in my history. We're going to go and bring in our camera here for Des Moines. Ooh. So now we have to find that camera again. This camera will work perfect. We're gonna watch this Band of Rain and move into this. And so here we are. Watching the severe line go through Des Moines. We also, again, have that tornado warning for the island on Thor County. I don't know if we have anyone on the island at this time. I'm pretty sure it was cleared. So, with that in mind. And that is Wisconsin. There are 500 people in the town of Washington on the island. So we're going to be switching back and forth between our views, but we are going to keep the radar down there in Des Moines up. We have a little town right here called Washington. And then we're going to have to watch it as it moves into Michigan. We do have a tornado on the ground report by Tanner Charles. He is a very trained storm chaser. Literally right here. Good reporting, Tanner. I like that. That's the style of reporting we need. It has since dissipated, however, so. They need a tornado warning that if we're already going to have, warnings on it. It's literally a tornado that has a very low precipitation. Those are very photogenic. I'm actually going to go to Twitter real quick and try to pull that. Can't show you guys, unfortunately, but... Also, another factor with these cells is that they are being disrupted by too much shear. We talk about shear can overcome cape, but, and we're starting to see that rain move into this area as drivers. We're going to watch these camera, see if we see any damaging wind. But, they're skinny up drafts with dry air and 100 knots of bulk shear. Really, that just throws it off. Anyways, back to Tanner Charles. And that is why we're not seeing many tornadoes with this. You got tornado on the ground. Not good video coming from that tornado. You can actually see that wall of really heavy rain right there moving into this. We're going to watch this in real time. Did I just see a motorcycle? I did. There's a motorcycle right here. Let's not start parking under the overpass. Excuse me, I'm a little tired. I want to point out, this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in there in Iowa. Watching these storms, they're trying to mature. I'm not 100%. Let me take a look at WAFs here. We are going to remove the traffic camera here. What was I going to check? Alright, let's get to our tornado warning though. WAFs. I personally use WAFs. WAFs is good. VLab WAFs. We have seen these storms just really struggle. We're getting a new WAFs forecast. We have seen these storms just really struggle today. We're watching this main one single tornado warning. Today is either going to flop or we're going to see a big time day. Sorry, this is a really good song. No, I'm not in love. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't be saying this because that's like exposing myself. But it's a good song and it's true. So, we are down to a regular severe thunderstorm warning for the first time. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to bring in our Flagstaff radar all the way down to our tropical cyclone, which we may stream the impacts as it gets to, actually it's not even part of the tropical cyclone. This is moving offshore. So that's going to be really good as this does move offshore. Moving back, we do still have a tornado warning. That should have already been up. Sorry about that, everyone. This does look to go north of the island. Realistically, it should go north of the island, north of the town of Washington. However, we're going to be watching it for that potential. You could see a little mezzo handoff, and that'll bring your hook a little bit more south, which will introduce you to a tornado threat. Right now, that seems less likely. We're going to be watching this storm. We're not really seeing any reports, but we do have the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds with 2 outflow boundaries, it looks like. No. Yeah. Outflow boundary 1, outflow boundary 2 intersect right here, and then become a really nice looking. This is probably your stacked pancake shovel cloud. I've only seen 2 of them in my life, and they were really beautiful. One was this year, one was my first ever storm chase. So, anyways, let's go back to Louisiana, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Let's get in storm track the edge of this. It should be dead within an hour, though. Alright, back to our tornado warning, which we're watching this really closely. This is just on the island. However, stay near a safe place. Let's go back to our Green Bay radar, where we do have a very, very low precipitation rotation with these cells. We did have a brief tornado by Tanner Charles, and it has yet to be tornado warned, period. The Storm Prediction Center just put a mesoscale discussion. Here you guys go. Storm development south of Tornado Watch 501 is appearing less likely based on current observations, and additional watch is not expected. In the past hour, visible satellite and radar data have shown several attempts at storm initiation along a weakly convergent surface front. Short parcel residence time within the frontal zone, coupled with a warm nose in the 7800 millibar layer per 0Z, which is 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time soundings, appears to be limiting storm development. In addition, convectively possessed air spreading north into the area from ongoing storms across Iowa is resulting in increasingly narrow warm sector ahead of the front. Given these observations, the absence of storms and the latest CAM guidance, an additional watch is not currently expected to be south of 4501. This is the You came all this way and got nothing. Too bad. Alright, back to our tornado warning. I do want to just kind of leave this up for a little bit. Um, um, our first severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. On this out here. Tornado is possible, but it's not tech. Alright, I'm gonna go use restroom. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, everyone. I had to take a quick restroom break. Getting back to our tornado warning. They can cancel this tornado warning. This is a useless tornado warning. But let's move down to Louisiana, where we do have this one severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit of a hail core right here. Woo! That's going to be an overestimate. Wow. Definitely not seeing 2-inch hail, so we're seeing that radar estimate from. Then coming back to Iowa, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. First one in Des Moines, Iowa, where we did in Curry have a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust measured from a personal weather station. Moving south to Carlisle, Norwalk, Des Moines, towards Monroe. Deeper down the line, if this can continue, sorry, I have something in my ear. Indianola, Knoxville, Pella, Melcher, Dallas, Bussy, and New Virginia. We're going to be watching you guys a little bit closely as this storm moves towards you. Moving toward Des Moines, not our Des Moines, but our Davenport radar here, we're going to see this cell moving south towards Fairfield, Lockridge, Salina, and Glasgow. Glasgow. It's going to be moving in with 60-mile-per-hour wind potential and up to an inch of hail. I do not think we are seeing a full inch, but still stay indoors. That's not going to feel good, even at like pea-sized tail moving at terminal velocity plus 60 mile per hour. That doesn't feel too good. I'm gonna say alright, so that tornado's law enforcement confirmed there's not a tornado. There might be. Anyways, tornado warning, Stratford, Roosevelt, Fenwood, Mozine. This is a very low precipitation. We can't see it. That's actually really bad. Oh, we can't see this tornado on radar. This is a pure it's like a horrible situation to be in. I guarantee it brings me to Green Bay. It may take me to ARX, yeah. Your tornado is right here. Wasu, you're now under a tornado warning with this cell as well. There has been a tornado with this cell and it is yet to be tornado warned at all. Again, your tornado is heading into Stratford right now. Also, my ex might be in this tornado warning. She's gonna be really close. have her exact location, but she might be under that. We do have a... Whoever's on this tornado, very photogenic. You can actually see the debris right there. I'm pretty sure that's going to be your tornado. It's really hard to say, but with everything, that'll be your tornado, probably. Unless you're trying rotation with that. And it looks like Stratford is being hit as we speak. Just an update. National Hurricane Center officially classifies Bertha as a tropical cyclone. A tropical storm. That's where your tornado is right now. It's going to be really close to Stratford, if not doing damage in Stratford right now. We have kind of no clue. And that makes forecasting a little bit more difficult. But... I do believe the tornado is in Stratford right now. This is one of those rare circumstances where we just can't say for certain. I'm currently under the impression we have a tornado in Stratford, Wisconsin. .44 p.m. CDT. We have a new tornado warning for Matt Tunes. We're getting active here with 3 tornado warnings active. So we do have 3 tornado warnings ongoing here. And 1 observed tornado warning, possibly with a tornado in Stratford. Still very photogenic tornadoes. We are now with 4 tornado warnings with these insanely small storms. That's your tornadic rotation right here. We actually can see this rotation. That is your tornadic rotation with this cell here. We don't have a tornado with this just yet, but a little bit close. And with this, I do think we no longer have that tornado in Stratford. I do think it has moved away. But I'm pretty sure we did have, again, a brief tornado in Stratford. Hey there, Marcel. How you doing today? Moving back over here to Wasu, Weston, Ringel, Hatley, up towards Elderen, Galloway, and do I want to gift? I personally would appreciate that. That goes right back into you guys, better microphone, and possibly even into storm chasing for you guys. And Galloway as well. Moving back to Mattoon, these are what we call mini supercells, very, very low precipitation. And the worst part of this is you're not really going to see the rotation on radar. We have to rely on storm chaser feed and traffic cameras. However, traffic cameras are few and far between in this portion of Wisconsin. You got a few hills, you got a few things that really actually going to try to pull some up. I don't think we're going to be able to. Your tornadic rotation with this cell is to the northwest of Weston. Of course, it's not going to show me a map. There we go. Incidents, cameras. With this, we're also going to be watching that cell. Let me bring in our Green Bay radar here. which will definitely help us with these. Your rotation is right over Mattoon. Let's go ahead and get a storm track with this. Do we have any? We do not have streams here in Wasu, so we're pretty sure a tornado might be down with that as well. Facing northeast. These are our only tornado warnings. We're also watching a rotation right over Mattoon. Let's storm track this. This is going to be in Middle Village in about 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes to prepare in Middle Village. Zoar, you have less than 10 minutes. It does appear to stay to your south. However, with that, and we don't have any cameras on that. But as this gets closer to Stevens Point, we will have a view. We're actually going to try to bring in northeast view. Yeah, we don't have any traffic cameras, unfortunately. Going back to our observed tornado, we finally have rotation here on radar. Your former rotation has passed on. We're also going to watch this cell. I do think we get a tornado warning on this one pretty soon. Probably in about 10 or so minutes here. With the area of rotation starting to become... Going back to our ARX radar... Everything matches up that we did have a tornado briefly there. And with this one as well, there is your tornado. We do have a tornado on the ground. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We can see the debris ball fully here. And that's what that debris ball is looking like right now. That's what it looks like right now. That is a strong tornado. No, I'm not going to say strong. I need to restrain myself there. That is not a weak tornado. I see your emojis and I'm not sure what they mean. Again, that is a weak tornado. Weak to low end strong. On this cell here. So this is our second confirmed tornado. We're going to go right back to this. I do want to bring in our Des Moines radar just really briefly. Very, very beautiful here. Outflow boundary. Scared? Where? This isn't anything to be scared of. This is just a time to be prepared. If you're in the path or in a tornado warning, that's your time to take your shelter. Yellow cross, okay. We have a new tornado warning here for the Wisconsin Rapids area. We're up to 6 tornado warnings here, and this is what we were kind of afraid of that could occur today. And it has occurred. We're starting to see it play out. Alright, let's go to our Black River Falls. This is a strong tornado. How high is the breathing? 4,000 feet. 6,000. Yeah, low end strong. We'll go that route. With this, I do not think we have a tornado on the ground. I do believe we had a tornado impact the Stratford area. However, we're not seeing that. Coming back to Wisconsin Rapids, your rotation. Storm chasers who are on this are going to be incredibly lucky. But this is our rotation here. Green Bay, Lacrosse. Okay, that's white. Intersects there. Going back north, we did see that one tornado warning that I said we would here. So the Athelstan, you are now under a tornado warning. This means that they're... We have enough confidence that a tornado could occur. And that is your tornadic rotation right here. This is moving into your area. We're also watching this storm from Mattoon. We are watching the cell here. And this is your tornadic rotation. This is coming towards Neopit, Middle Village, Kashina, Gresham. You guys need to be in your trail safe place, away from windows. Innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, away from windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home, please seek shelter in a substantial shelter. Mobile homes will roll in EF1s and be completely damaged in EF2s. That's why they are so dangerous. Storm cellar, basement, above ground shelter, that is going to be preferred here. But Wausau, we're going to call it Wausau. You guys are not in the direct path. You guys are behind the tornadic rotation. You guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Weston, stay in your safe place. Ringel, Hatley, Elderin, Galloway, you guys as well. Moving back to our lacrosse radar, where we do have an observed tornado. I think we have seen it dissipate. If it didn't, that's very insane. Watching this here, we have this tornado running for Wisconsin Rapids. Your rotation is right here. Let's go ahead and storm track this for you guys. In an hour, Wisconsin Rapids, it'll be close to you. Again, you have an hour to kind of lollygag. But in about 30 minutes, you need to go ahead and start heading to your safe place. You're under the tornado warning now, you should probably be in it now. But if you're one of those people that want to wait till last minute, 30 minutes is all you have until you want to go ahead and be in your safe place, because it could speed up, it could slow down. So again, Pittsville, 30 minutes. Vesper, 40 minutes if it can survive that long. We don't have a tornado with it at this time, but that could change really, really quickly. With this, we do have a tornado on the ground. Coming back to our observed tornado here, I want to bring in Green Bay radar. So we have to switch radars because when you get too far from a radar, it looks horrible. We're watching this area right here. That's going to be where your tornadic rotation is. What's up, King Tech? How you doing today? Wasu and Weston, you guys are no longer under this tornado warning. You guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Wausau. This one kind of concerns me here. I do think we're going to be seeing a tornado. Alright, see you later, Marcel. I do think we see a tornado with this pretty soon. 10 minutes. Getting close to Neopit. And then coming back up north. So, oh, they have said this tornado has lifted. It is going to be raining debris. So you want to stay in your safe place. But still no tornado with this cell, which is really good. This cell, you have your rotation right here. Let's go ahead and storm track this. And then we're watching this here. I'm not going to confirm, but we may have a tornado on the ground. We have a tornado on the ground south of Zoar. This is going to be on the ground doing damage as we speak. We do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be north of Stevens Point. You need to, if you are on Rochholt, Peru, Paulina, all of Galloway now, and Nelsonville, you guys are now under an observed tornado warning. We do have storm chasers on this. However, we don't have a tornado on the ground at this second. This is a tornado that is ongoing, doing damage. So that is your tornado right there doing damage. Moving back to our La Crosse radar. Watching that right there, that's another area of rotation that is developing again. So we're going to see multiple redevelopments, multiple cycles from this cell. This tornado, you can see, we're seeing debris rain here from this. This is all debris from that tornado that we had near Black River Falls to the south. And coming to this storm here, we do have that rotation, but wonder if they're going to extend this. We do have a new tornado warning here. Hasn't popped up on GR2 yet, but this could be a significant tornado. But this is your tornado. This is doing active damage right now. It is on the ground. Neopit, you're in the line of fire. Alright, there's your new tornado warning popping up. Tigerton, Marion, Big Falls, Pella, all of Galloway. Again, this is your second, third time your wireless emergency alerts are going off. That's going to be because you have 3 tornado warnings for you right now. Elderin, it's the same way for you guys. And I'm pretty sure we have observed this tornado warning right here. And you see the lowered correlation, lowered ZDR, and higher spectrum width. This is a tornado on the ground. There you go. They did observe that. Coming back north, I'm watching this. It's trying to rotate. We might see a tornado warning from it. This one's starting to die off, but you do have that tornadic rotation right there. Let's get a storm track this. Wasaki in about 20 minutes. Moving into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in 50 minutes. We are seeing debris about 7,000 to 9,000 feet. So that's going to be a significant tornado if true, that is going to be a strong tornado. Watching this really closely here. So a tornado on the ground. It would not surprise me if this is trying to wrap up right now to drop a tornado near Eldoran. That is going to be really close to dropping. So, very, very intense storm. 5 minutes go. On and off final is 3 miles northeast of location. Moving back to our ARX radar. We still have debris raining. You still have debris raining. The rotation with this is right here. We do have a storm track for this. Vesper in about 30 minutes. So you guys in about 30 minutes. You guys seem to be taking your precautions right now. Do not wait till you see or hear. You'll be able to see this very clearly, but I don't recommend it. Coming back over here to our formerly observed, which it is no longer on the ground. This is going to be at Rushall in about 34 minutes. It is going to be crossing Interstate 39 in about 3 minutes. Again, we do have a strong tornado ongoing as well, so let's go back to Green Bay radar with this storm. This is lofting debris again. At least 9,000 feet, if not 10,000 feet. We're also watching this storm rotating. We did just get an update here on reflectivity. Your tornado is kind of slowing down a bit. It's starting to so I want to bring in our Quad Cities radar if we are watching this, where we did have a 61 mile per hour wind gust. And bringing this back in, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning moving offshore. It's moving really slowly. I do believe that tornado has lifted. I had to bring you guys your chats. I am surprised this is not on the ground doing damage in Eldarin. We do have Storm Chaser footage we can't show, unfortunately, but we do have footage of this, so... I just want to play this radar loop really quickly for you guys so you guys understand. This is a cool radar loop. Coming back to our strong tornado. It is broadly strong. I do believe the tornado has weakened substantially, however, but... we did drop that tornado warning near Black River Falls as well. On the topic of that, let's go to our ARX radar. I do have my ex sending me a video, so I'm verging it, but... And they did drop that tornado warning on that northern... Bringing back to our Green Bay radar, we do have a tornado that I do believe has lifted. So it's no longer a tornado. it's lifted. Now we have 4 tornado warnings with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois. But I want to bring in our Des Moines radar for last time. This is going to be a very beautiful shelf cloud if you're out ahead of it. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to our... They dropped the tornado warning on that? Has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. So yeah, it has weakened and is no longer tornadoing. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. So we now have 3 tornado warnings, and these are only tornado warnings in the entire country, which is really, really good news. Excuse me, I'm gonna have to get some iced pepper. This storm does not look impressive in person. This is no longer on the ground. So I'm just waiting for them to remove the on the ground tag. I think our Wisconsin Rapids here, still rotating, still a mini supercell. Could produce a tornado. Alright, Wisconsin Rapids, 30 minutes has passed. Just about 30 minutes has passed. You guys now need to be near a safe place. Vesper, you need to be near a safe place a long time ago. Finally, they have removed that tag, and we don't have a tornado on the ground, but we could be close. Sorry, my ex is in the path of a tornado warning, and I just can't help but laugh. She's at a concert. So we are down to 3 tornado warnings, which is really good. We're seeing that rotation. We're seeing this rotation, and this is really impressing me from a meteorological standpoint. It is a tornado on the ground. Not there, but a mile. 1/10 of a mile south. So, we do apparently have a tornado on the ground. Wouldn't surprise me if that's trying to drop, but we do apparently have a tornado. Not from that rotation, but a very low precipitation. We're also going to watch this for the potential of a tornado. Oh, excuse me. We're still watching this, the storm is being very photogenic. Going back to our Green Bay radar. And we have another tornado report. We do have a tornado on the ground now. With this, I am going to go ahead and bring in our observe tag here because we can confirm. But we can confirm we do have a tornado on the ground. And that does line up with what we have been thinking for a while now. Freddie McKinney's on this cell. He might have a view. has lifted. I'm pretty sure that one lifted as well. That's clean air. It's going to be what we call clean air. And these are only 3 tornado warnings, which is really good. Alright, I'm going to have to get a restroom break so I can recoup. I'll be right back in about 2-3 minutes. 4 minutes at most. Sorry about that. We're back, everyone. We have a new tornado warning here. Big Falls, Clintonville, Manawa, Sugarbush, Bear Creek, Peru, Rochalt, and Lola. You guys are now under a tornado warning. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Please seek shelter in a substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. That is the most important rule. Because in our most center part of your house, sorry about it. We do not have a tornado down anymore. It has lifted. These low precipitation storms I do expect here soon to die off rapidly. Let's bring in our Des Moines radar here, where we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Des Moines. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Des Moines, Iowa. Again, no tornado threat associated. This is the only one that could possibly try. I'm going back here. We only have 2 tornado warnings. That one died off rapidly. Now we're worried about these 2 tornado warnings, and these are only tornado warnings. We don't have to switch radars back and forth, back and forth. And we can stay on one radar with one storm. Brief tornado occurred just southwest of Black River Falls, based on radar and pictures from traffic cameras. Ooh. Again, we've had multiple brief tornadoes. I think we've had at least one strong one. I'm watching this cluster as it moves off into the peninsula, upper peninsula of Michigan. I do want to check WAFs again. And we're going to go to our VLAB WAFs. So your lapse rates have really made this a very beautiful, I'm going to say that, a really beautiful. We will most likely be done by 11:30 to 12 a.m. Possibly before that. We're going to watch these storms. If they start dying, that'll be them. So this is kind of what WAF's guidance suggests. Most of them are ingredients. By about 11 o'clock, we'll be on the Upper Peninsula and be done. This one already failed its initiation. And so that's what we're looking at right now. So this is going to be a slow-moving cell. It's moving at approximately 35 miles per hour. Well, while I'm storm chasing, I prefer my storms moving at 10 miles per hour. If there's a large tornado impacting structures, I hope it's moving at 90 miles an hour. Get them and go. Like, go. Like, leave before serious damage occurs. That's what I prefer. I'm going to lose our New Orleans radar. For Illinois, as we do have multiple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. From this line that seemingly has reorganized, a little bit here and is producing a little bit of wind. And it has done a little bit of reorganization, but I don't think we're going to see 70 mile per hour winds. Associated with it, I really don't. Near 70 mile per hour winds would realistically be right in this area, possibly, if we are seeing them. But going back to our tornado warnings here. This cell has completely died. I do think we see it this tornado warning is canceled. Wait, I'm stupid. Sorry. I was trying to figure out, wait. So that when they removed it from Washoe County or Marathon County, it shows. And I kind of found that to be accurate. I should have checked the county. I'm sorry about that, everyone. I do think both of these cells try to die briefly. And we're not seeing any more convective initiation attempts here. I'm going to bring in our my College of DuPage satellite. Localized. However, you're not going to see anything, so what we're going to have to do They did cancel that one tornado warning. And that's what I was thinking. So this is the progression of the storms. We're not seeing any more really convective initiation tips. So once these storms die, that's it. That is our whole stream. And that's going to be really good news. Alright, I said that one's probably going to be canceled. That's why I was like, that tournament is canceled. Well, it is canceled now. So Tiger 10 years, again, are no longer under that tornado warning. So again, one tornado warning, and we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, and then everything else is flash flood warnings. Again, this is our last warning, and it's starting to die out itself. You still have a little bit of turbulence, so you're still seeing that rotation. However, it is much weaker, and it is starting to die. You're starting to see your satellite even bring down on the cell. Starting to weaken really significantly, and we're not seeing any other convective attempts here. We're seeing all of our convection die out, and this will effectively be it. It's gonna be a little shorter stream than Wow. Definitely wasn't expecting this in the four. I started doubting because of our lapse rates. Again, no tornado, and I do think we see that tornado threat really, really wind down here. Excuse me. I do expect them again to drop the torn warning on this as well. Sorry if I'm paying attention to my phone. I've got some stuff happening on site that I need to pay attention to. Coming back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois, they are weak. I do not think they are producing any amount of 70-mile-per-hour wind. I don't think they're even producing 60 at this point in time. We're just waiting for this one tornado warning to be canceled, and I think I'm going to pop out of here so I can go handle my side screen stuff. We're just waiting for 43 more minutes. Well, this goes until 45, so that was over an hour long of a tornado warning. I do expect them to cancel it. It's weakening. It is really weakening. Again, we're seeing so much weakening. we're going to stay live until they cancel this tornado warning, but I do expect shortly for that tornado warning here to be canceled, and that will end our streams here. It's done. This tornado warning is done. And we have no convective initiation. Don't do this. Rushholt, Wisconsin, 5.5 mi. Southeast rotating wall cloud supercell. Though this cell is really starting to die. All this is that, by the way. So it's going to be only a matter of time until this tornado warning is expired really early. We might be back tomorrow, we might not. I'm not 100% sure. I've got some stuff I do have to do in tomorrow. Again, more job stuff. And, sorry guys, I'm... That's it. Why do you keep the tornado warning? This is the last of this cell. We're gonna watch probably until 9:45. And that'll be it. We did have an extended critical severe thunder. Critical severe thunderstorm warning technically, but considerable. Again, this is dying. This storm is dead. With that tornado warning is going to be canceled here shortly. We're just going to wait on that. We're just waiting for this warning to expire. I'm not going to leave on a warning today. I try not to do that ever, but we do have to on occasions. And yeah, this storm is done. To still be tornado warned is definitely a little bit insane, in my opinion. this cell is almost done. I'm just curious. I do expect them to drop this tornado warning soon. Big Falls, Clintonville, Simcoe, Manawa, you guys stay in your safe place until they drop it, though. Unless that's a tornado. No. And I don't think it is. And we're just awaiting the cancellation of this tornado warning here. And we're just, again, waiting on this tornado warning to be expired. Just again waiting this. But this is our only tornado warning, and so far it is so weak that the storm is dying. Let's see what the storm looked like previously. Even our Ville is low. Echo tops have this at 20,000 feet. That's a mini supercell. If you get to see one of these in person, they are very beautiful. I was really sick. This is coming after April 27th, 2024. You could tell I was sick throughout that whole stream. I was dying. Next day we had 2, possibly 3, I'm not 100%. Mini supercells go through, and you could just look outside my window. I was like, I wasn't chasing, I was dawn. So that was very cool. We're just awaiting the expiration of this tornado. there it is. The tornado warning is gone. The storm is gone. Alright, we're going to go to our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings really quickly, and I'm going to head out. I've got some stuff I do personally have to do today. We are tornado warning list. I don't think we're going to have another tornado warning tonight unless you get another cell or one of these little pop-ups in here. This storm is dying. We're not going to cover it. But it's dying slowly. Your downdrafts could possibly have a couple... Oh, 60 mile per hour wind gusts with your downdrafts. Alright. I'm going to go take care of what I need. Thank you guys for tuning in for 4 hours and 3 minutes. It does mean a lot for you guys to tune in, like, and even interact with the live chat. That means a lot to me. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Thank you guys. I'm Kelly Rose, and unfortunately, this may be one of my last few streams with coverage, as I have to get a job. Sad, but I have to. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for making my day. I hope I made yours a little bit better with this coverage. Hopefully, if you're in the path, you're doing all right. I'm Storm Chaser Kelly Rose, signing off. Peace out.